What up? What up? Okay, everything looks good. How we doing? Haley how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Oh wait, I forgot to change my title on YouTube. Let me do that real quick. Main part of Exile, and today's in Puppeteer. We're going to be doing League Start. There we go. Today we're going to be doing some League Starts planning for Legacy of Phrecia, basically. We have currently our League Starts POB, which is pretty decent, with all res and just 2 uniques. Max hits are pretty good. The defenses are up, but for a League Starter, I think these are pretty solid numbers. I'm curious if there will be chains of command builds for this league. I'm going to jump on one instantly. Chains of command. I do think I will probably amuse it out or whatever. I might play around with the idea at some point during the league, but definitely league start. Because one thing I want to kind of POB is Puppeteer has this node that says defenses of items attached to AG also apply to animated weapons. So I am basically of the opinion that maybe I can make an aura stacker with Crunchyroll. Did good sir enjoy? I was watching Assassination's Classroom with my girl just before stream. Pretty good anime. It's my second time watching. 100% recommend. I have also been watching The Evasive Samurai, I believe is the name. Just started it recently, like on episode 4. I like it so far. Definitely went from 0 to 100, so to say, like real quick. So like that was it was something. Looking forward to the remaining episodes. I don't know if it's finished or not. I know classic, yeah, Assassination Classroom, just I love it. I loved it the first time and I still love it now. Anyways, for the chains of command, this makes it easier to create copies so you have more uptime, but B, with this, if I can get a good amount of aura effect and be like an aura bot, I can maybe give my anime guardian giga like armor evasion pieces and stuff, or just armor. I mean, it could be armor, it could be evasion, either way, one of them. Stack that to the moon with the gear pieces. My animate weapons take that, and because chains of command animates my AG's weapon, I just have to give my AG a dream feather or replica dream feather, depending on the one that's easier to scale. So that's why it could be evasion, it could be armor. So this one stacks % damage based on evasion. This stacks based on armor. So either way, I just do this. I would go Wrath for flat damage, maybe pair that with Anger for more flat damage, Determination, and then just try to scale my aura effect as much as I can to where they have a very healthy chunk of armor, so then their increased damage would look impressive, so to say. That might be the plan anyways. I don't know yet. Because this is a one-handed sword, we can even give our AG a shield just to bump up the defense number as well. But that's like one of the things I want to look into at least. There's also a Brutus weapon. Brutus's lead sprinkler. I was thinking about for strength stacker, but like after yesterday's news, I kind of I don't know if I'll go for it anymore. I don't know if you heard yesterday's news, but this node doesn't stack with the Baron. So it's one or the other. So basically you can't give them all of your strength. They can only get half of it. So the strength, I guess, peak that we're looking at for minions is much lower. So it's basically like just using the Baron. This sounded a bit too strong. I mean, how strong would it really have been? It would have been fun. Like these are meant to be wacky ideas. What happened to just being fun? It would have been fun. Broke the dots. I mean, maybe some builds would have been insane, but I don't know. Because I was POBing this yesterday. Strength stacking zombies. So that was kind of why it hit hard, because I was like, we definitely can do this and this and this, and then they get their full strength, and then I see the updates from Ghazi like, yo, this doesn't got confirmation that it doesn't stack. I'm like, bruh. So yeah, it's it is what it is. Anyways, today we're going to be planning act by act our legacy of Phrecia's league start, which is going to be Absolution. Well, Absolution leveling guide. Let me just put leveling. Legacy of Phrecia. It's a Templar. That's all. I mean, it's PoE. Someone will find a way to get 99999 strength and one-shot Uber bosses. They want to prevent that. I mean, fair, but like if someone finds a way to get 99999 strength, then I mean your zombies will still have half that and will still one-shot the Ubers. Just let us one-shot quicker. It's all one-shot. Imagine one-shotting an Uber through the initial damage reduction they have. That would be wild. Not for minion builds, but that'd be wild. Rename. So Act 1. What do we want for Act 1? Honestly, let's just do this. We're going to be leveling with SRS for a bit until Act 2. Because Act 2 will have... Act 2 will have... End of Act 1 is when we get Absolution, if I remember correctly. So actually what I should do first is... let me grab that link real quick. Nope. Yeah. All right. Planner, Templar. Doesn't matter. What is our first? We're going to get rolling magma. And we should have early prolif already, I think. Pretty sure that's what we start off with. We don't need anything from here. After Mercy Mission, we don't need Ancestral Call. What do we need? There's nothing here we need. Maybe Rootless. Maybe. We'll pick up a Summon Phantasm. Then here we go Flame Wall and then pick up Frostblink, pick up Holy Flame Totem. Do we not get Steel Skin? Oh, we don't. We don't pick up Steel Skin though. We don't pick up Steel Skin until Act 3. Then here, oh, by the way, here, Melee Splash. No Melee Splash. Melee Splash for SRS. We don't get SRS anywhere, right? Yeah, we don't. Clarity. Where is Summon Raging Spirits? Why don't I see someone there? There. We don't really need Holy Flame Totem, to be honest. We just need Summon Raging Spirits. Then we get Melee Splash. This is not that accurate. Because like while we can wait for Melee Splash, PoE Wiki, I feel like this used to be a lot more accurate because like I know for a fact that we typically can get Melee Splash even before Brutus. Unless I'm wrong. But I feel like I've gone to the climb, the Caged Brutes. It's a quest reward, but it can be bought. Okay, fair. I guess it is here. So you pick up Melee Splash for your SRS. Before now, you're using Summon Phantasm. So let's actually just POB this real quick. You're going to pick up Rolling Magma. It's going to be paired with... Let's do match character level. Rolling Magma. Paired with Elemental Prolif is fine. It does ignite, doesn't matter. Then eventually, we really don't care about this, do we? Not really. Not really, I don't care. Why isn't someone Phantasm here? In any case, Summon Raging Spirits paired with Melee Splash. Melee Splash isn't here. I assume this is because of my levels. Kind of don't like that. Kind of really don't. But anyways, it's going to be Summon Raging Spirits. Summon Phantasm. Elemental Prolif. Rolling Magma into this. Into summon Raging Spirits with melee splash. And once you have melee splash, you go melee minion damage or combustion. Either way is fine. And then I'll put combustion. No, combustion is blue. Added fire in case it's a red socket. These two are mandatory. Then what else could we use at this point? Added lightning would be unfortunate if we have to use that. I guess added cold could also do. But faster attacks could also be something we do. 3-link this early. This is Act 1. You could have a 3-link, you might not. I want to plan around either case scenario. That's why I'm putting it in order. So these two would be priority, and then this would be after. And then for this one, which is before melee splash, odds are we won't have a 3-link, but just in case, because triple blue is not uncommon, this would be what we go for. And a rolling magma, I would just leave it on early prolif. Now for supporting spells, 3-link SRS. I feel like setting it up this way would confuse people. Anyways, rolling magma. You know what I'm going to do? I will split this into the different sections. I want this to be kind of in an order. I want it to be this section for before you have a melee splash, this section for after, and then this section for after absolution, which is end of Act 1. Act 1 starts. Act 1 mid. Brutus. That would be this. Rolling magma until SRS. Alright, I'm fine with this. We get Frost Blink in this time period. We maintain Frost Blink. We are going to also use zombies. I'm going to use Raise Zombie. And it's going to be paired with not minion damage, because minion damage reduces your life. I think just melee splash, honestly. All right. Clarity. Vitality. And this is the setup you're going to end Act 1 with. Clarity, Vitality, because you pick up Vitality from here. Nothing else we need, right? Yeah, nothing else we need. We pick up another melee splash for the zombies. That's about it. Leap slam maybe, but once we're out of here, we don't really care about using a scepter anymore. We still might be using a scepter, but once we're not using rolling magma, it doesn't really matter. All right. And then we go absolution here. That's the only thing we need from here. Then Act 1. Act 2. From Act 2, we should have clarity, vitality. What else would we have? Raise zombie, minion life. What, we don't have minion life by the start. We leave this as is. Two link, raise zombie. Cross blink would stay, of course. 3-link SRS becomes 3-link absolution. Remove this. And then for here, what do I want my absolution to support? What are the most important things for absolution? Spell echo, which is Act 4. Let me just check my league starter. What support gems we're using here? Phase to lightning. When do we unlock it? I think that's Siosa, to be honest. I think we give them added fire damage, Loki. Why? Answer is simple. We added fire damage. They get a whole bunch of their flat phase as fire. So they be doing 50% phase, 50% fire, and then however much in percent of like. By the way, Act 1. What level do we think we finish Act 1? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make this guide based off of number of points. Manage, rename. I think level 16 is fine for Act 1. Also, I should have a second POB open just to make sure I remember generally where I am pathing, like just the places. AoE. Copy Act 2. In Act 2, we're going to be able to pick this up. Pick this up. Take this. Where do I want to go from here? I think I said added fire damage. Chance to poison is more DPS. Lol. Would not have expected that. But added fire damage. There is no way we have physical to lightning already. When do we get physical to lightning? Kill all. Here we just pick up Wave of Conviction because that'll give us more damage. We don't pick up anything else. Maybe Desecrates. Isn't there a place where we get an offering here? Flesh offering. Templar gets it after Siren's Cadence. Flesh offering. Wave of Conviction. Desecrate. Control Destruction, I'm thinking. But then we pick up Minion Life as well. I'll go added lightning over anything else because added lightning is blue and I would want to replace this with Fist to Lightning, which is also blue eventually, I guess. Then what else did I say I would have? Desecrate Flesh Offering. Desecrate. But then there's nothing for this guy. We don't need SRS at this point. Then Act 2 mid. We'll have the same thing there. 3-link absolution. Same frost blink. Ray Zombie should now have minion life. Clarity stays. Flesh offering goes down. Desecrate goes down because these two I don't have at the end of Act 1. Shield charge. Should I not have shield charge? Do I have access to shield charge? I won't have access to faster attacks, so that would kind of suck. But I should have access to shield charge. Yeah, I do. What about faster attacks? Templar doesn't get it, of course. We don't have access to faster attacks. So we just keep 1-link shield charge just in case this... That reminds me. For Act 2, we should finish this out. I mean, we should get as much attack speed as possible. So just for it to feel better, we're going to need to do this. Let's say level 3. If we say level 3, is added lightning still the best? Yeah, physical to lightning is now better. And honestly, let's just... This is added lightning, physical to lightning. One thing I should do is let's remove the copies. Let's leave... Let's just... we're only going to put things that we update. I think that makes sense. So like, this is updated, this is not... Changes. Brilliant absolution, flesh offering, desecrate. So Act 1. SRS, of course. Frost blink goes off. Ray Zombie is new here. Clarity, Vitality are new. So yeah, just SRS. All right, I think I'm fine with the way this is organized. I also should probably put a color here, like the colors. Did I? It looks better at least. This is red. This is red. This is green. One link vitality. All right. Act 2. These are the changes. Nothing else happens, right? Kill all, controlled, minion life. Why did we pick control destruction? Because eventually they would use control destruction, but we're not going to use it at first. One link, wave of conviction. So this is 1, 2, 3. How many links are we having? Are we sporting now? 1 socket, 2, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 sockets. What does that entail? If the helmet has 3 sockets, let's say the helmet and chest or have 3 links, that takes care of 6. Then 3 sockets, that's 12 already. 1 glove offhand. That's okay. I have more than enough then. So if I had to calculate how many sockets I would have, assuming everything was a 3 sockets, that would be 3 in the helm, 6 in the chest, like 3, 3, that's 6, 9 from boots, 12 from gloves, 15 from main hand, 18 from offhand. But that's if they are all 3 sockets. If they are not, then we have less, but we need a maximum of 13 sockets. Wave of conviction. We're typically in Act 2 till further than level 22, so... I think this is fine for Act 2. I guess one thing I can also do, just to confirm, is I just have to see the zone levels of the bosses. Helmet's empty. All right. Act 2, Northern Forest, the Caverns, level 22. That is the highest level zone in Act 2. So like we're going to take this down a notch. 23. All right, level 23. Then we're going to make Act 3. And keep in mind, whenever I do this, I always make a mistake from way back when, and I end up having to make a change on every single timeline, like every single page. So I'm trying to avoid that if I can. And it typically comes in the form of masteries, to be honest. So let's just get our masteries out of the way. Convocation is not a worry yet. Not until, you know what, it will be a worry at some point in Act 3. Let's just put it there now. Convocation. Increase the effect of offering. Act 3's final zone is level 32, but lab is like level 33, so that is what we're trying to get to. Increase max life, that's level 30. 32. All right, seems about right. Now for Act 3's skill sets. By the start of Act 3, you should be in the exact same spot as you were at the end of Act 2. So this absolution gets to go. So we swap them. Raise zombie. Whereas this one probably gets deleted. Flesh offering. Desecrate. Wave of conviction. All right. Seems fair. Act 3 though. We get access to curses, if I remember correctly. We get access to curses, we get access to specters. Now, specters will be frustrating to use at this point. Conductivity. And then we get access to our first aura. We go Purity of Elements because Siosa's freaking area likes to freeze you. So that means we honestly should be doing this instead. Just making sure all these points are, you know, still in the realm of level 32. So if we assume that we have, what do you call it, this full wheel, then we should be picking up Purity of Elements. Purity of Elements. And conductivity. Now we have vitality, we have clarity, and we have purity of elements. We probably don't want to drop any of these. Now at this point, let's update their levels. Just so we see an accurate representation of our mana. That's not a lot. So we probably want to reduce or drop one. If we drop clarity, our mana regen goes to shit, and we might not have as much fun casting. The level 6 absolution. So mana cost is 21. We can still do it. About 30 per second, but we have 19 regen, so like it's fine. It's doable. Alright. But I guess one of the first things we should do in the next act is get some mana regen going over here. Probably eventually here as well. But I guess Purity of Elements is the only thing we can fit here. As well as a curse. Level in off weapon slots. This blue is just not readable. Like, I know I'm blind, but like, goddamn, not that blind. Level in off weapon slots. Raise Spectre. And I think we get AG at some point. Here, we don't really care about any rewards. What about here? Not. Oh, AG. There. I just want to confirm that we get AG, which we do. Animate Guardian. Ray Spectre we probably start using in Act 4. Be less annoying to use. Then after Siosa, we want Feeding Frenzy. Assuming we're still on a 3-link, then, you know, Feeding Frenzy is mandatory. Automation as well. And then Convocation. Come on, Convocation. Alright. So like I said, if everything is 3 sockets, then we're looking at about 18 sockets, right? So that is 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 16, 17. Convocation. That's 16. Two link defensive automation steel skin. So now our sockets are full, right? We can all agree if we have perfect sockets, they're all full. So this is likely the least important of all these sockets. Curses also, I guess defensive is not that important just yet, but curse is more important. The Purity of Elements, curse, defensive, convocation, then level these in offhand slots, and then we have shield charge, yada 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 yada. Shield charge can now have faster attacks, but at this point you're already slow to this. You're already used to the slow shield charging speed, so like, you can't be phased. You're just going to get more attack speed from here, so it's fine. You're numb to it. Then we have Act 4. Jeez. This is where we get the mastery, so I don't forget, because I really don't want to forget the mastery. Let me make sure I'm not missing out on anything. We obviously get these two. What level are we at the end of Act 4? Level 40. So just about here. What did I get? I got this. This. That's it? Huh. Okay. Act 4 over, I guess. This is where we're at. Skill wise though, I think at this point we still leave specters alone. I don't think much else changes in Act 4. We get golems that we want to just end up using in Act 4. We get Stone Golem, we get Chaos Golem. We don't have access to both, so we'd probably just pick Stone Golem because regen just feels amazing at that point. This is also when we get a fourth link. So now we're going to assume we can have 4 sockets on every piece of gear from this point on. So that means now we went from 18 sockets to, 20, but then 2 of those would be taken by our 2 4 links, zombies and absolution, which is fine. Actually, no. Zombies in Act 3, copy, link, paste. 3 links, zombies loses melee splash for feeding frenzy. I almost forgot that important part. All right. Act 3 starts. Might as well do it now before, because like it's been bothering me. Like it sounds better if I just do mid acts, but like I'm already so far in. I might as well. All right. So this becomes feeding frenzy. Oh, and by the way, this should not be included in any DPS. All right. You have feeding frenzy, you have minion. This is how we start Act 2. Act 4 rather. Right, this is how we start it. You should be like this, and then the changes include a 4 link absolution, with the last link being, now I need to do this. Why is it that I go absolution, I can see rallying cry, but then when you see rallying cry, I can't see absolution if I scroll down? By the way, why have I been using added fire damage? Added fire damage was a means to an end at some point, but like control destruction really should have taken its place here. Control destruction really should have taken that place. And then in Act 4, it becomes spell echo. So we now have access to spell echo, and then the 4th link should just be control destruction, I think. Remove full DPS. Actually, before we do that, It's all level 8 anyways. Let me just make sure. Are these? You should be the highest, right? Yeah, at this point you're the highest. What about you? Minion damage is better, so is lightning pen. So long as minion damage doesn't affect me, I'm fine. I think we should just be using Val Absolution as well. You want Val Absolution as early as you can have it. I don't think you have it in Act 1, but you should be able to get it in Act 2. You should have run into enough Val side areas to where you've naturally gotten it, or you've gotten the currency to buy it. Either way, it shouldn't be unexpensive or anything, so. Val Absolution, Spell Echo. At Act 3, we've also picked our first ascendancy points. What's our first ascendancy points? Well, I was kind of scared. I need to find the name of the ascendancy. Templar. Depose order. And just in case, for depose order. All right, Act 4. 4-link absolution with minion damage. I guess we should always just be using minion damage instead of control destruction, eh? Minion damage. I don't need your life to be healthy or anything, so I was kind of skeptical because your life would be kind of low with less life and all that, but like it's fine. So zombies as well. 4-link. Zombie plus golem. Stone golem. Bro, what is happening here? Can you put me on Ascendancy 4, please? Summon Stone Golem. Falling Absolution, Falling, Summon Zombie Golem. I think that is all. What else do we gain? Summon Stone Golem. Don't need any other golems or anything. Here we take Spell Echo. Because we want Spell Echo. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it. And then honestly, by Act 6, we have everything we need. So let's start with the tree as we usually do. Copy Act 5. Go on the tree. Yeah, Act 5, there's literally nothing new. So it's just the same from there on out. Act 5. Cathedral rooftop is 45. So what do I want to add here? I think at this point I kind of just want to path towards my extra Spectre. Moment I get this, Act 5 plus. Plus Spectres. Remove this. Put raise Spectre. At this point, he should have a decent amount of life. In terms of I think we keep clarity until I guess it also depends on our Val Absolution uptime. What up, Gnome? Welcome. How you doing? It also depends on our Val Absolution uptime at this point. We should have the first ascendancy, which is Depose Order. That's reduced soul gain prevention, so then we can get 100% uptime. But if it is still difficult to get the amount of souls within one vow absolution to sustain another, we just might need by Act 7 to we might need by Act 7 to spec into Impure Blood. I personally would prefer if I could save Impure Blood for the end, but like I kind of want to get rid of Impure Blood because the moment I can get rid of spending mana, rather, I can drop Clarity and put some more points into Vitality, and then eventually fit in Wrath. Five to 8. Not much changes here. Oh, by the way, mid-act changes, I guess. Could have just done this right from the start, but oh well. So we have this, 4 links, Frostblink, Flesh Offering, Desecrate. We can always drop Flesh Offering, Desecrate, to be honest. So this should honestly be way down here in terms of importance. It's not the most important. Tempted to go Wild Speaker. What build on Wild Speaker? Clarity, Vitality are very important, so I'll leave them up here. Shield Charge is less important than a lot of these guys, so let's just move it down as well. Probably less important than the Convocate even. Purity of Elements, Vitality, Clarity, all pretty important. In order of importance, it is these 3. Wave of Conviction goes below Curse. And honestly, knowing me, I am not using Wave of Conviction for too long. I will not. But it's our source of exposure for now, so like, it is what it is. Frostblink is fine. Yeah, okay, that's fine with me. This is exactly how Acts 5 to 6 will be. I can't think of a single change. Your absolution just gets stronger. Zombies get stronger. Everybody gets stronger. You'll level up. Flesh Offering still down here. Desecrate even below it. Convocation. Wave of Conviction below this. Shield Charge below them. Below Convocation. Curse. Purity of Elements. Vitality. Vitality is actually, now that I think about it, Vitality is less important than Purity of Elements until Act 8. Then we can make the trees up until Act 8, which means copy Act 6. No idea, and I have no idea how to level up Path the Ranger tree. Lol. So why Wild Speaker? I'm curious why. Second Ascendancy. Either we go in Pure Blood or we go Forbidden Secrets. I suspect we're gonna go in Pure Blood because it would just feel the best. Like quality of life in Pure Blood, hands down, will be the best. With Vitality and Stone Golem, our regen should be a decent chunk already. Like our life at this point is probably nothing too crazy, like 975, but our regen is it's already 10% of that. So Act 6. Mana Reservation. The moment we get Mana Reservation, by the way, how much does Absolution cost? 42 mana, which means we can actually get you as high. You cost 24 here. Unreserved is a lot. So at this point, i.e. Act 4, actually 69. So we would want to level up both of them until actually this early on, maybe we want clarity to just slightly overtake a vitality. But then once we get to Act 6's tree, and we have this, vitality catches up. And if anything, starts to inch away. It needs 84 strength, that's fine. We'll have the strength somehow. $40 mana per second. We're expanding 42. And then the rest can just be Act 6's last zone is 50. Apparently, Evian's Might applies twice to minions, and I like the suppress too. What do you mean Evian's Might applies twice to minions? So we're trying to get to level 50, so there. Maybe we just take this away, Act 6. Honestly, I would like... Oh, I already got AoE. Oh, I didn't know I got that. Oh. Evian's Might is a buff on you, gives bonus to you and minions. Yeah, but Evian's Might... So here's the thing. I think I've had this conversation before. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about this, where it's like aspect of the Evian grants you and nearby allies that and that. I highly doubt it's going to stack. We can say technically the wording is saying one thing, but like I don't think it's going to stack. Because this is a modifier that has been in the game in the form of this chess piece, and I think I remember having this conversation in the past with it works in POB too. I mean, apparently there are a couple things that work in POB that don't work in game, so I wouldn't hold my breath based on it working on POB. If it works twice, then that's nice, because I get what you mean. You're talking about the fact that it says you and your allies have Evian's Might and Evian's flights. You get minion double damage. They get double damage, so you are giving them minion double damage and they have double damage. But I don't think it's going to work that way. Unless it's been confirmed to work that way. Well, it's one of those questions that I think we have to ask. We would have to ask GGG and hope they reply. One thing to say is for Wild Speaker, your probable best minion to use with this is likely going to be Bama. That's the one minion that doesn't mind the ranger start. The rest, I mean, I have a Bama tree here. I made Bama during Pox's league. This is kind of how the pattern looks like. What's the as a ranger, you'd basically just do the inverse of this, and then you're trying to beeline it to this side to get a lot of minion stats for maybe for non-Bama. For Bama, you can maybe kind of spend some time here, but like ultimately you want to end up here. Ultimately. But like that is a no-brainer. Another one that could be decent, but like it's up in the air if it actually will be. Do you think it's worth picking up Phase Acro? But you get to ignore the downside of the ascendancy node. Acrobatics? Is that what you mean? Which gives you modifiers to suppress spell instead apply to chance to dodge at 50% and max dodge chance is 75. Or are you talking about something else entirely? And also, what downside of the ascendancy? Still Wild Speaker? Act 6 was what, level 50? So copy Act 7. I feel like there was an ascendant, there was something I was supposed to get that I just don't remember not getting. What is it? Ellie pen, that's fine, I guess. What level are we getting to in Act 7? 54. I think it's time we took away these points. Wild Speaker no makes a suppress only 35% damage reduction. Oh, that one. This guy right here, Primal Instincts. So you're saying pick Primal Instincts for the 100% chance to suppress. Then go Acrobatics so the 100% becomes 50% spell dodge chance. I mean, it's not a bad idea. You would effectively get 50% less damage from spells from doing this combination. But there are two problems with Acrobatics. Two problems. One, for Bama, or for minions in general, it means you have to somehow path here, which you're not really trying to get at here. Like, you're trying to maybe scoot out to this area as fast as possible. So it means you have to somehow find a way to path here. And then the second problem is, a big part about spell suppression is that it is guaranteed to reduce the damage by half, or to reduce the spell damage by an amount. That is the strong part about spell suppress. If you switch your spell suppress to spell dodge chance, and you can't cap it, pretty chill at that point, I think. What would happen is your spell dodge chance would be effectively 75% less damage from spells, which is correct, but then it effectively works like spell block. Whereas if the spell goes through, you're eating the full damage and you might die. But to be fair, I also found something out this past how many days. I found something out. Do you even Phrecia Exile? Yo, that is all we've been doing, just theory crafting for Phrecia. What up, French? Welcome. How you doing? But one thing I noticed is a lot of the spells that you cannot block in bosses / Uber bosses, you can't suppress them either. So like, at the very least, you have that going for you. So it's not like you would have had higher EHP in those situations. You would still have probably died because the damage would hit you full force. But in non-Uber scenarios, say you're mapping, spell suppress feels good because when that spell hits you, you're guaranteed to reduce the damage by half. Or you could flat out avoid it. Either way, acrobatics is not a bad call. It's just finding your way here would be kind of awkward. And of course, just dodging spells is not a bad mechanic in and of itself. So if you can actually, like, let's say, I don't know how you would do it to get all the way here for acrobatics and still go all the way around while still trying to get as many nodes. Maybe you just ignore cluster jewels, but like, even then, it's going to be very stretched thin. And if you path here to go this way, I guess if you're doing it, you would path up here. What you also need a bow mash, remind you. So you have to find one on the way, maybe to here. Is there really no bow mastery? Oh, there is here. I guess this is on the way, so you maybe do this. Pick this, which is all just dead stats anyways. And then take your cooldown recovery rates. And then you'd probably path this way out. And because you're pathing here, you're getting some more spell suppress. You're getting 18%, which would be like 9% spell dodge chance, putting you at like 59%, just like that. And then you could maybe use Mage Bane, and if this gives you even 10%, then that's another extra 5%, give you like 65% spell dodge. Which either way, you can pretty quickly cap the spell dodge, so it's not a bad idea if you can figure out your pathing. I think with Waspika, the idea is to drop all the pretense to go minion nodes and invest in 2 or 3 minion damage clusters. I'm on the team to one-shot the boss, not team to play the like lol. Skin of the Lords, this is how you acrobatics. I'm skin on the Lords 100%, but like it doesn't provide much in the way of defenses. Like I think it provides global defenses, which is nice, but like doesn't do too much for a build. or it doesn't do as much for a build as you might want. If one thing you could also do, if your dead set on stain here, is pick up a timeless jewel that has slumlords, like 4x slumlords, let's say in this vicinity or something, and then get those nodes. I think a popular one is, I think, around here. Here, people typically put slumlords. You could also maybe do here. You can do here, but like then you'll be switching your mana reservation, which you probably don't want. So that's why people typically go all the way here. You would change your suppress, but slumlord jewels are hard to find at good price. It depends on if you sometimes you're able to find one that is going under the radar, or maybe your particular set of niches of needs are kind of very niche, so you have that going for you. Sometimes, other times not so much, but sometimes you get lucky. We are in Act 7. Like we said, Act 7 is level 54. We are not 54 yet. We're actually in this exact same spot we were before. This means, honestly, I would like to go all the way back to like Act 3 and just pick up this mastery. Actually, no, because Act 4 has a mastery there, I think. Yeah, it does. All right, then, Act 7 it is. This is the second life wheel we're getting that can have a mastery. What else do we want? We want Golem, but that's not a big deal. This is the point where we are pathing so that we can fit in Eldritch Battery. So we're going to do this. Do this. And then cut it here. I think. Then in Act 8, Ascendancy node, I think, is in Pure Blood. What on earth did I do on my side POB? I mean, I know what I did, but like, there must be a shortcut for it at that point. With POB number finder, it's easy to find the good numbers and they hurt the wallets. Yes, it is easy to find a good number, but like, people who are selling are typically not looking at this, and people who are buying can find the same one if they have a particular set of needs, but odds are you are not going to compete with the same people. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, basically, if you're playing a very niche build, no, you're probably not going to need the same stuff that someone else does. Act 8 is Lunaris Concourse. Harbor Bridge is 60. Yeah, Act 8 is a long one, isn't it? All right. This is Act 8. You have Impure Blood. Skills are costing life instead of... And of course, we take this away now. All right, Act 8 is complete. At the same time, that means people are less likely to put them on sale because there's almost no market for it. Gear for niche builds. Not really. Like, there is still a point. Like, for example, this in Pox Settlers, I dropped an Elegant Hubris. I don't know if this is good. I'm not going to check if it is good, but I dropped one, so I put it up for a divine. If it sells, it sells. If it doesn't, it doesn't. If you get spammed, you reprice it. That's kind of how I approach it, right? And I think that's how a lot of people approach it as well, where it's like you just put it up for the whatever the base price is, or just a divine is like typical standard price for trade environments. And if it sells, it sells. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It is what it is. If you really want to sell it, you take the price down and it will sell to someone who just wants the keystone. Act 8 is a level 60, right? Then Act 8 is the first act. Act 7, let's say to 7, because copy Act 8. The difference being now, we're removing clarity. Remove clarity, bruh. Remove clarity after ascendancy. We no longer need, and then now because we removed that, we now just fill up yeah, we just get as high of this as possible. That means our unreserved mana is this, which means can we one link? I want to put Wrath here. Wrath fits. That is DPS. I like it. What else would I like to fit? Honestly, Flesh and Stone, but like I don't think I have the space. And I'd rather have a high level vitality, I think. Well, do I? Just by how much is it off with? 62. Level 7 vitality will run you 165 regen versus 271, so like that's almost an increase of 100, which by the way golem is also going up, so yeah, 14. So you'd have 342 with a level 16, 235 without, and you are technically spending how much mana per second? 40, which then converts to your ES, or your life rather. So that's 40 life per second being spent if you're just spamming Absolution. And you're regening 235. I think that's fine. I think that's fair to fit in 2 auras. One link, Wrath. One link, Flesh and Stone. That just means Vitality needs to stay level 7. For all intents and purposes, it should be level 7. The level for Flesh and Stone do I have the sockets for this? Let's look at this again. 4 link, 4 link. How many links do I have at this point? This is Act 8. I have 4 link, 4 link. My weapon is still 3. My offhand is still 3. So that's 4 head, 8 body, 12 boots, 16 gloves, 19 main hand, 22 offhand. So we have 22 sockets total, right? 22 sockets so far. This is 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Yeah, okay, so we can fit it. Sand stance. Rename Act 8 to 10. Because I think from this point on, this is all you're going to be doing. Leveling all your gems and whatnot. So in maps, until you're in maps, you're not going to, you're obviously not going to use, you are obviously not going to use AG, nothing fancy like that. All right. Copy Act 9. Now in Act 9, what do we want to do? We want to complete this. We probably want to complete this. What level is Act 9? 64. So not much progress, eh? +1 chance to block. And then if I look at my complete tree, all right, what's left is to start going down there. Let's save because, you know, I wouldn't like it, my hard work to be deleted. Thank you very much. Act 10 should give us, my guy, this. And at this point, you should be trying to get your cluster jewel. Act 10, defeating throw 67. So yeah, 67, 68 is a roundabout correct. And that is the end of Act 10. And then from this point on, you just shift over to the League Starter Guide, which is this guy. And you just keep allocating the points in this general direction. Like, it's very straightforward from there. Eventually, you want to unallocate this, put this, stuff like that. All right. Oh. The stretch of ages. What else is there? I'm not forgetting anything, right? Eventually, we do want to remove these, but I guess from the moment we stop using our zombies as, I guess we should remove this in Act 10, so we can then go like here. Then in maps, you might want to start picking up all your jewel sockets as well. One link. Summon Chaos Golem. I think I did the math and we can hit it. I don't know where it would fit. I suspect we just leave it as a one link without feeding frenzy, without anything else. Either that or we drop something for it, and I don't know what we would drop for it, to be honest. I wouldn't drop any of this for it. Like, there's nothing here. We dropped Clarity for Wrath, then Will Flesh and Stone, and then Chaos Golem, yada yada yada. Speaking of yada yada yada, is minus. So basically, by the time I get to Act 10, with all my extra levels, I should be able to get one more point to Vitality. Cool. For my Spectres, we would go... It's just Carnage Chieftains, to be honest. It's only two. It's like the one from the gem, and then the one from here, and eventually it'll be a third one, but like we can just get a third Carnage Chieftain, so we're instantly on max frenzy charges. The reason being, I'm not entirely... Oh, I thought I was using Control Destruction already. I wasn't. Okay. In that case, you know. So now we have Act 10. This is Act 10. Hmm. Act 1. I don't think the gear is particularly important since we are not using perk wheels till from whenever you can afford it. Jesus. So at what point do we drop those first 2 nodes again? Oh, at 7. And if you ever wanted to know how to use POB in like a POB setup like this to compare, just to make sure like these kind of changes don't sneak up on you without you realize, you can always just use compare and compare to the one before. Then you see like, okay, these, well, technically you're supposed to use the sooner one and then the older one. Then you see, okay, remove this, put all these, and the same thing for like if I was in Act 1 and I just went to Act 2, you can see the green. 2 to 3, you see the green. All the way to 10. I'll leave the compare on. So anybody looking at the POB first time knows about it at least, or has the inclination to play with it. Just see exactly what the fuck is going on. Am I forgetting anything? Let me just confirm. Are there any matches we haven't taken? I don't think so. We haven't taken this block wheel, but that's fine because we can take that next. I mean, after all of this, we can go for here and then down. What is this mastery? Curse Ellie Res. How important is this? Oh, it's 100k DPS. I guess that is important on the early game. It's fine. Get it eventually. For any that is interested, this is the link. May post it on Twitch as well. So should we? So I think now we test the leveling. We do a quick test, make sure everything feels good. Yeah, let's do that. Feels like I'm kind of lagging there. Settlers, create settlers. It's a Templar, Mr. Longneck.
To serve God and the Order of the Templar. For years you built a life upon faith, only to smite it asunder with one sinful blow. And is that not the...
So let's close second POB. Let's keep the leveling one open. One thing I still need to do is I still need to get my rejects.
Even death gives no solace in this tortured land.
You know, I almost paused the game until I realized this game can't pause. You know something that always in my... It's so weird that the Templar is left-handed.
My mana is spent.
Like everyone else... Oh god, what is this?
It would seem my god has no need for my company just yet.
Yo, I'm lagging. All right, let's just make sure we are Act 1. We have elemental damage. Dual wield. Red, blue, obviously better.
I know you. Lion Eye's watch. Goodbye.
All right, Tarkley, let's go.
Fine work. Farewell.
Skills, Act 1. Oh shit, I need double blue. Because I need rolling magma and yeesh. Alright. So apparently I need double blue with this. Did I even have double blue? I did not, right? So I could use smite instead for situations like these. Because smite would work, I think. Smite is red, right? Pretty sure it's red. Pretty sure it's red. Let's do smite. And I guess it all depends on... It would all depend on what you get.
They were prophecy.
Then we just basically run past this zone because we don't care.
Time to burn!
What is this layout? Like, what on earth?
Die!
Jesus. feel like I'm lagging a bit. Green, blue, green is alright, I guess.
Spent. My prayers are thus answered.
What level am I? Still not 4. I really hate the fact that this attack can miss. Like, I hate the fact that it's an attack, Loki, basically. Because like when you do the animation and then you just see no damage, feels bad. Feels very bad. Doesn't matter. Okay. Let me just drop this in the notes of that real quick. All right. With that in mind, close this. I think I take Holy Flame Totem from here and I take Frost Blink. Then I create a new coast because screw trying to maneuver that clusterfuck of an exit I just had. Number of enemies there. We don't talk about that. Do this. Do this. And just to make sure, because like Smite is performing well, we can also do this. It has to be 2 blues, right? They have to be linked. So rolling magma, Ellie prolif. And then we do this, 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 remove that, drop you for now. For Glacier Hammer, no.
Goodbye.
I don't think I'll use Flame Wall. The reason is simple. I plan on switching to SRS soon. Yeah. Eddie Prolif is fine. Feels good when it ignites. Oh. Yeah, either way, we're chilling. And then at this point,
I'd almost.
we get movement speed, and then we get nothing. Huh. Then we have to, I guess, buy someone Phantasm and SRS. Yeah, we can get Radiant Spirit from here. I don't know why the shop there doesn't tell you that you can get Radiant Spirits. Okay, it does actually. Never mind, I'm wrong. I thought it said you couldn't get it yet. And then Phantasm, which would then replace your Ellie Prolif. That's. You'll still use Holy Flame Totem. So there's that. Which I probably should add, but like, it's fine. You know what we should do? We can fine-tune this. We can actually fine-tune this. We can say Holy Flame Totem gets summon Phantasms, and then you get Ellie Prolif. Yeah, let's do that. To link Holy Flame Totem. Summon Phantasm. And here we just go SRS. All right. So now We can have you summon the phantasms while they spread the ignites.
My mana is spent. The path becomes clearer with each bloody step.
Increased fist damage also helps with my Holy Flame Totem. Are the SRH just getting all the kills? Surely not, right?
I must have time to gather my will.
Oh god, it's just one dead end or the other. I was about to say, like, what the fuck is it with this place and dead ends? Well, layout is so weird. All right. I'm kind of lagging. Decently take blue pack, kill them. And then if you get 2 reds instead, you have added fire damage. And this is the unique area. Zoom out of it. All right. Yeah, we stayed the fuck away from the Legion because we might want to use it later for a DPS Spectre. Maybe, maybe not. Probably just wouldn't touch it.
In this cage, evil claws at the bars and howls for freedom.
Got it. Stay sharp out there.
So,
Ooh, another frost blink.
I must have time to gather my will.
Using this setup, I'm having no issues with AoE. So like, I should have done this ages ago. It means I don't have to use rolling magma past like what, the first 4 zones. Like once I'm in submerged process, I don't need to touch rolling magma. Shit, sign me up. Should have tried this ages ago. Feels so good. Bruh. You waited this long to tell me you're a dead end? Yeah, this is the boss. All right. And at this point, I can do this. Whatever I roll, doesn't matter. Melee splash would replace LE focus. If I have a suitable link, which I do. Well, Frostblink LE Prolif is fine as well. In fact, I'll take it. Oh. I was like, why is this now? PoE 1, you go for armor instead of ES. PoE 1, you go for anything that drops, really.
God hasn't abandoned us.
In most builds, you might be doing a mix of both. A lot of times you do end up going life builds, depending on whatever archetype you're doing. Because you def don't go ES early. ES is something you go to after you have invested or after you have the currency to invest into it. So all builds start off as life. Some that really want ES try to get as much ES as they can sooner rather than later, but like ultimately, you know, like this has evasion because it's what's dropped. I don't care too much. Then at this point I need my rewards. Are you a PoE, are you a solo PoE 2 player? Like, do you only play PoE 2, or have you played PoE 1 in the past? I can get zombies, but there's no need to have zombies yet. Right now I am practicing for, well, I'm not practicing per se. Like, I'm kind of practicing, I'm kind of not. I'm basically preparing a guide and I'm testing out what it would feel like to level through Act 1 with it, with the current setup I had going. And of course, 0 budgets. Oh god, it's going to aggro that, bruh.
I must have time to gather my will.
All right. These guys can hit really hard with all their extra chaos damage. I need chaos. What am I saying? I need this. I don't know why I haven't dropped any. Oh, that's a tree link. Oh, cool. This is the point where I can either throw a chromatic on this, or I just use Holy Flame Totem, added fire damage, and something else maybe. I think more likely than not, it makes sense to throw a chrome on it. I dropped a chrome, right? Touch. I mean, no, I guess no, because you can go added cold damage now. But oh sure, that was a bit too successful. But then Holy Flame goes in there, summon Phantasm, and yeah, now there's nothing to do here. Early Prolif, I guess. Only Top I played 1 as well, but not like how much I've played PoE 2. Makes sense. Are you going to be checking out the events? Oh shit, how come it this early? Take it. It's also not a bad idea. It's honestly not a bad idea if I were to get Flame Wall, because then it'd be two buttons. One Flame Wall. Because it is possible that I end up using this for a bit.
What little help I can offer is
Purchase. Flame Wall. It doesn't need anything else, just to be that. And I should also stop trolling and just buy this, because at this point I'm being trolled by RNG. Hmm. So 3 link, but I can drop early prolife because early prolife just helps with a bit of wave clear.
Your humble servant thanks you, my god.
So this is why you get flame wall. It boosts your... Oh, bruh. I am bleeding. Blue buff is nice, nice, nice. Allows you to be able to do this without spending much time per pack. Per pack. Not pack. Do I have boots? No, I do not. So, Kanemi, what do you have a build that you're gonna play during the event if you're checking out the event? Bruh. Warden's quarters.
Your answer's here, heretic. In Rayclast.
Downloading PoE 1 right now. Oh, nice.
I must have
I'm really looking forward to it. It's been a while since I had quite as much fun build crafting in PoE 1. Not because I don't build craft typically like I do. However, I didn't think they were just going to... I didn't think I would see an event where they just change the ascendancies. So now they're all doing different things, and now builds that and now the builds that I'm considering running are just very different from what I would typically run. Bruh. Give me a second. And he's dead.
rest now, tormented soul.
All right, I'm back. My love lies with minion builds. Oh, nice. Don't worry, I am the same. I play nothing but minion builds. I make nothing but minion builds as well. Well, I guess not nothing but minion builds, but when I can, I will make a minion build. And the only other thing I make is like PoE 2 doesn't have many minions, so I end up having to deal with totems. But totems are actually quite nice there as well. Vitality and clarity are the 2 gems we want from this point on. So we dump this here, dump this here.
This is neither the time nor the place.
Okay, so prisoners gates. So now we shouldn't have to deal with in this area. By the way, in case you're looking for tails, you want to go to the cliff. You want to find the cliff, and then you want to find the part that goes into the cliffs, brother. And you want to ignore this guy because he's a pain. Bruh. What do you have? Crush on hits. Hasted. That is the guy you want to ignore. The unique goat. Alright, let's level up real quick. Yeah, so many hasted mobs in here. No. That lag was... My stream is looking fine. Yeah, my stream is looking fine.
I must have time to gather my will.
Yep, thank you.
This is a mortuary for
All right.
those children, hidden from the eyes of their father.
Let's just check. So at this point, we have everything we need for SRS to be our main damage support. Actually, we don't yet. We need blue. Oh, we do have everything then. We just needed this. Blue, red, blue. So now we can drop Holy Flame Totem altogether and just use SRS. But honestly, I don't know if I want to drop Holy Flame Totem. I'm not convinced I want to drop it yet. Like these, you know what we're going to do? Holy Flame goes here. Summon Raging Spirit goes here. Ellie Prolife gets dropped. Then we go to town and we buy. So that means in this guide, I might want Holy Flame Totem to stay. So we switch this to green, but then it's red here. All right. I think that is what I want. And then we of course buy minion damage, which is this guy.
Take care.
But yeah, this is going to be my league starter. I'm basically going to be starting Absolution, Val Absolution on the Architect of Chaos. I've practically POB'd everything to the end game, and now I'm just trying to fine tune my league start so I have a good enough plan. And then of course we are going to make a video on it. Video should be out before league starts, so obviously I'm thinking Tuesday-ish it should be out by then. But I do have other builds to showcase or other POBs to showcase, so this is not going to be the next one, but it'll be like the second to next one or something like that. You know, I don't know if there are any tails in this zone. I have zero idea. I was running into so many dead ends. Drop that there. Oh god, oh god, oh god, I gotta move, please. Alright. Working right now, so later we'll come back. Have a nice stream and good gaming. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Good luck at work.
Please understand that as a gentleman of honor, it pains me greatly to do this. Hard times call for hard hearts. I'm sure were the circumstances reversed, you'll do precisely as
Heavy belt is probably what I want to use. Then I will switch you to this. I think. Makes sense. Jeez. We still haven't dropped the regular iron ring, which I think is kind of ironic. It's like, typically at this point, you want to have dropped an iron ring so you can make it into an ice ring, a sapphire ring. But let's see if she has any white iron rings. I'm hoping she does.
If you must.
I think this is the one where I was like, no, flesh offering is the reward here I take, right? Oh, she absolution.
Goodbye.
Oh, so the Siren's quest isn't quite Act 2, it's Act 1. Which means I can go absolution right now. Let's try absolution. What's the worst that can happen? Drop this. Pick up Ellie Prolif, maybe? Added lightning is actually better than Ellie Prolif.
God hasn't abandoned us.
The Investor has a reward for me. Alright, let's see if SRS is worth dropping by this point. They are doing pretty good, I'll be honest. I don't think I ran into any Val side areas, which is kind of ironic. I typically run into a lot of them. Minion lasts this debuff lasts 1.2 seconds. On hitting a rare, deal more damage, has this life. Alright. I didn't get any rings. I forgot to check for rings. I mean, Absolution has really good damage, I'll be honest.
I must have time to gather my will. A woman corrupted beyond humanity. I must cure this plague before it sickens all of God's creation.
Level 15, so like this is something I might want to use. So yeah, let's change this because this is not quite accurate then.
I pray that I'm not too late to turn the tide of this corruption.
Okay, so basically I want to have this. Control C, Act 1, Control V. We want to have Absolution here at the end of Act 1. And then this would just go from after killing Brutus to before Marvel. Or after Ship's Graveyard. I should be trying to get Ray Zombie with that. But honestly, I would rather just have this, so... I'm inclined to remove the Ray Zombies. It wouldn't do much here. It would just die. Absolution and Holy Flame Totem. Then you can get Ray Zombies from here on out because you should have... I still have not dropped a single mana pot since I started this campaign. That's just freaking unlucky. This I bought, I haven't replaced this. So unlucky. Well, until I find movement speed boots, I think I just keep identifying boots.
Going?
And I could do this side quests up here if I needed to get an extra Quicksilver, which sometimes you do. Sometimes you don't. Yeah. Just playing Absolution now.
My Lord of Light.
There are some things I can notice. There's some things I notice. Act 2. Act 5. There's no way we're gonna hold off till Act 5. Honestly, by Act 3, you know what I want to do? These 4 points, I want to spend them moving here. Like here. Right? Then in Act 4, I want to get 2 extra points. And Act 5 and beyond will have these 2 points. Because spiritual aid is very important, apparently. Well, not apparently, but like, I feel like I want to one-shot white mobs, and to do that, I think I will need spiritual aid, and I might need to also add that to my endgame version as well. So we'll see. So just to make sure that everything is fine, Act 3 that used to be fine, our reserve mana is now negative, which means we have to drop something. That means you're now level 1. You are now level 1 as well. Maybe level 3. How much does the absolution cost? 28 mana. So yeah, you can be slightly higher. You can also be more than level 1. 28 mana. So minus that. Clarity is the really important thing here. And by Act 4, I think it should be fine because Act 4, I picked this up. Yeah, okay. So that's fine. That is perfectly fine. I was gonna ask myself why I came back here, then I remembered I wanted to adjust the POB. And I think at this point I can swap out Holy Flame Totem because like I'm not gonna use it much anymore. I'm no longer using my own damage.
My mana is spent.
I dropped a Quicksilver before I dropped a mana pot. Sometimes your campaign runs just be cursed, eh? Debuff just lasts 1 point. Like I feel like that 1.2 seconds is so short. Like is it just me? That's a very short time. All of that is kind of why. That is kind of why we need spiritual aid. We don't want a situation where at the start of the map we have to keep, you know, pulling that elbow grease to summon our first minion.
The lair of a toy maker with pretensions of godhood.
Because like when you have them, then all you have to do is hit something, they will kill it, and they will refresh themselves basically. So long as you're able to hit before they do, assuming the debuff lasts long enough, of course. That's also kind of a worry. Oh shit. Triple blue. All right, I'll take it. With the triple blue, I can now have my zombie links, which means melee splash. I need to get raised zombie. These 2 gems are now done, so they are no longer needed. No, I wanted to wear you. Oh, I'm in settlers low. I forgot. No, I don't want to trade. What do I want to do? I kind of want to use this, but just 5% minion damage, whereas this is allowing me to do more damage with my absolution. At least the hit portion. I came here for zombies though. I need to know zombies and something else goes in here. Something else I do not know. Added lightning. Do I have added lightning anywhere? Yes, I have it there.
Farewell.
Then all right. Maybe now with the zombies having some damage, I can rely on them to kill for my first absolutions. Maybe. I almost forgot what zone I am. I'm supposed to go all the way here. What the hell? What in the dead end is going on here? I have never once seen a layout like this. I guess it allows me to go in here and I just didn't see it. All right. Fair, fair, fair. Like I said, I forgot I was in this zone. By the way, I should drop flame wall. It's not, doesn't matter anymore. Vitality, sure. I mean, I still want it. Crossblade can go in there. Now I can replace this if I need to. I think dashing here is kind of just awkward. Like all that time I was spamming my dash. Then what is the fastest way I can get Val Absolution. Also, I'm pretty sure I would want to end up using Val Absolution and Val Summon Skelly. Even if Summon Skelly is unlinked. Like Summon Skelly just has a lot of damage innately. So I'll have to figure out where I'm going to add that as well into the thing. Lol. Character is named Surely a Build. Oh yeah, I forgot I was here on Discord, eh? What's up?
Yo, what's good?
I'm alright, testing the leveling of Absolution for a bit.
News?
What's that?
Do you have good news?
I mean, I could make Smite work. I don't know about you. Like I got rolling magma. I had red and blue because that's what the Templar starts. So I'm like, let me just try Smite again. Like, and it works.
You watch me. You know I tried my best. So I want to hear that.
That's a skill issue, my guy.
The skill issue is crazy.
It's
no
a
issue. Not.
It's a skill issue. That's all I can say. I couldn't replicate your skill issue, my dude.
Sag.
But yeah, so far so good. I ended up switching to rolling magma just to make sure rolling magma was good as well. So I tested both sides. Then I switched to Absolution in Act 1 because I had a 3-link for my SRS. And they use the same colors basically. And I mean, you're shredding. I do see one point where it's like, I kind of really want Spiritual Command because when you first get into a map, you don't have minions until you start using zombies. And that means no Absolution until they die. So you kind of have to use your own damage Absolution to kill them. And without Spiritual... I mean, right now, I'm spec'd through the Minion node, which has increased Fizz, thankfully. And Absolution is a Fizz... It's a Fizz gem, which converts to lightning.
Does it do? How much does it convert?
50. Eventually, you want to swap. You want to get Fizz to lightning. But starting out, we don't care. Oh yeah, Wave of Conviction. Wave of Conviction. I will put here. Yeah, basically. So he just spits. Ugh. I have never once heard that Groot's voice line, and thankfully I think I'm thankful for that simple fact. Jeez. I mean, I know he doesn't like outsiders, but like, god damn. No, I don't feel bad about killing you in Act 7.
Return if you must.
Well, you also both have very separate ideologies, right? He's like an idolater at its core, and you... Well, you'll be an idolater in the new event, but till then...
I am a beast. Goodbye.
Lol. Do you mean by being an architect of chaos?
Or poltergeist. Yeah, polygeist, rather.
Polytheist.
Polytheist, yeah.
Yeah.
Polytheist.
So
and said,
so
not just one god, all the gods.
Like I'm not picky anyone.
Like, for real.
He literally has a menu of like 4 gods he's going to pick. Like, okay, I want this one. Aberath, I'm not really feeling you today. So look, Solaris, you come here. All right, let's go.
I have another build idea. I'll probably POB.
What's the idea?
Volcanic Fissure snaking. It's
Okay.
like the best feeling skill for melee. That's not Lightning Strike. And I just need to figure out what class to play it on. Probably the one with endurance charges. Because, like, dude, that just sounds so cozy. I mean, it sounds cozy with good gearing too, right? Because I've played the Slayer with just endurance charges as defense. And they're still fine. Like, they're still competitive.
Man's just trying to convince himself.
I mean, they are, though. Right? It's how they work, right?
Do I need it? I don't think I need a tree. What the fuck? Can I not use you? Oh, you're a shield. You're a shield. Oh, lol. All right. Nah, I don't want to give up. I don't give up increase early for that yet. It's one of those things where you keep for later. But yeah, endurance charges can be cozy, but so is damage.
It's gonna be a lot of damage if I can figure out the strats.
I figure I POB in tonight.
Yeah, not gonna be up that late, but yeah, I will POB pretty much after I'm done with this Sanctum run, I think, yeah.
Okay.
Your trouble.
Fun fact, if you start casting with Creating, your spell will auto target him when he moves. Or not. Only works on SRS?
Not even the life you
Or is it because he has it ranged? Either way, bosses feel fine. Single target feels good. Clear feels good. I'm trying to decide mentally, like, when is it realistic that I would be able to afford Val Absolution? And I don't know. That I think is the biggest, I don't know. Because I'm probably not going to corrupt it myself, but people are going to run Val side areas. I don't know if I'll get it. I will run Val side areas I run into and Prage. I don't know by what time I would have had the currency to buy it, because like sometimes it's worth, you know, peanuts. Sometimes it's worth the chaos. All depends.
I mean, it seems like there's gonna be a resurgence of SRS and stuff, so it'll probably
Wouldn't be too expensive or anything, but like,
yeah, I don't think it'll be that bad.
but like at the same time, right? It's like people know that there's a class for Val skills, so maybe everything just goes up for a chaos. Maybe. I'm hoping not.
Probably not.
But anyways, let me see what's... Where's Val Absolution? This is Absolution. This is Val Absolution. That one's regular Absolution. All right, time for me to test Val Absolution. I just probably wouldn't use it unless, you know, unless I want to see the damage, but right now I've just been playing with regular Absolution and it feels fine. Even the level 1 Absolution is hurting, to be honest. I don't know why it's hurting this much, but it's hurting. Imagine if PoE was kind of like open modded. So now that we know the event ID and the ascendances have been revealed, we just open like a command window. We can tinker and make the ascendances ourselves just to play test it.
You're coping, brother.
That's not coping, because I don't want that. I'm just saying, imagine. I don't want that to be the case. It would be coping if I did, but I don't. That's because that's more work for me.
You're coping, brother. You know, I'll tell you the truth.
It's coping if I wanted it, but I don't. That's what I'm telling you.
You can cope on things you don't want. I cope on things I don't want. I'm the coper.
What do you mean? How does one cope on something he doesn't want? Explain that to me.
The Doomers coping the PoE is gonna... The reason the Doomers doom is because they have false hope, right?
False hope of it going the wrong way?
Yes. They don't want it. I mean, if they wanted it to be over, they were just like, yo, it's over, GG's. But that's not the case. They don't want it to be over.
Or maybe they do and they just don't want to admit it.
No.
Now he should be exposed, right? Let's test Val Absolution. All right, Innocence. Let's see what you're good for. The Don't disappoint me.
You dare to speak for peace, outlaw? There's the peace who lies around you.
I can see a reason why we wouldn't want to give Sentinel's cooldown recovery. And that would be Val Absolution. His big circle attack, it has a decent cast animation. Now when you get cast speed, it's not a problem, but like you don't want him to repeat that too often. That was Flicker Strike. One thing I wish was that Absolution could self-propagate. I know they can't, and I get why, but like it kind of feels awkward sometimes when it's like, okay, you want to hit something to refresh your duration, so you're trying to throw it faster than the minions whose stats you're scaling, and sometimes you don't get it, you know.
Yeah, which is fair.
Corrupt shall fall.
Because like I think the duration of the debuff, I don't know if you know how Absolution works, but you cast a spell, it puts a debuff for a second and 1.25 seconds on an enemy, and if they die within that time, an Absolution is created or a minion is created. So that debuff timer is quite short, so it's not like I can do it and then wait for them to die. I kind of have to, if I want to refresh my Absolution, I kind of have to make sure I'm trying to hit who they are about to target. I feel like it won't be an issue later on though, because I would be able to one-shot white mobs with the actual cast. We need to resummon zombies. I have seen 0 mobs yet there.
Please don't show me a mirror. Please don't show me a mirror.
What do you mean by please don't show me a mirror?
I have all seen eye on the final room, final floor.
So
I've
why
had
do
it
you
to
try
the
to say
second
mirror?
floor. Well, cause let's just say I have 98 resolve. So I would start shaking and probably just close it till Josham got back, and then he'd carry me.
Then what's the
While I
problem?
hid. Because I would still be freaking out while he carries me.
All right, let's see what Innocence looks like. Innocence is probably best used with Convocation. Our first mana flask. Thank the heavens. Where was the waypoint? It was in this general direction, so this is where Alira should be. I think. Yeah, Alira should be in the direction of the waypoint.
I must have time to gather my will.
There she is. I want to see what the boss experience is like when there are no absolutions going in. Oh, I already have all 3.
You are thus blessed, daughter of God. He will show you what true friendship is.
Yeah, you definitely want convocation on this build. I'll tell you that much. Maybe until you get movement speed on your minions.
Oh man. Monsters impact more resolve is crazy.
Ripperoni. I feel
Dude,
like
what? Oh, I trolled when I picked this. I went from 30 inspiration, 98 resolve to 40 resolve left.
yeesh.
I'm not making it to the end of this.
Thank God there was no mirror. And now you know. Oh God. I'm never going to do this. I'm not going to do that walk back.
I just have to keep going. There's a high chance I die though, for sure. Oh. I died. It hurts so much.
How much percent, like, what is the percent more resolve they're impacting? Did he say? Or just says more?
I didn't check. I would assume probably like 60%, because a hit that would probably take 10 took away like
16.
no 16, bro. If it was 16, that would be chilling. That shit was taking away like 60.
And
Like
that's
one hit from a thing
that's
was taking away the resolve.
I don't think it's that bad. There's no way they'll make it 500% more.
It's not 500%, but I didn't have a lot of. I dropped a lot of things on the way, like no ages, no avoiding resolve from hits, because you just kind of pick those when you're blasting on a sanctum build, because your job is to kill them first. But when you picked all of those things, and on your final run you have 90 resolve, when you pick cannot and you pick more resolve, then that literally means if they touch you, there's no, you're just losing. Basically, you're playing OG Sen, right?
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. Which I don't think was the play for me. It was my fault.
Oh shit, who the fuck? There's a rogue exile here. Oh, we blew her up? Okay, cool. So let's see Innocence help me clear now. Okay.
I must have time to gather my will.
Yo, that skill actually is just crazy for Claire as well. Where is the Weaver? Let's get Innocence in here.
I am no beast of burden.
You know, this isn't actually a league start scenario. Let's just drop all these things because we don't actually care about it. Not you. I don't care about you. Oh shit. Blue red would have been nice, but I can't think of a blue red I want to have. Hmm.
You and that's
Maybe faster casting is actually better than control destruction. Simply because faster casting also affects me. It would make it feel better. Aramir.
there's you say I am sure. Fare you well.
Besto. Because if I don't take it now, I'm going to forget it.
Quite a straight there. Damn. Stay sharp out there.
It feels so much better with faster casting. I doubt I have as much DPS, but like, okay, maybe not. Because now I can actually hit them and it feels good to hit them, but like it's doing less damage. So I guess faster casting would be better if they were doing too much damage. So it will allow me to hit the mobs quicker so they can refresh themselves. But yeah, I think I'm gonna take added lightning over that. Innocence, let's go. Yeah, you really need Val Absolution with Innocence, don't you? No, but you need Convocation with Innocence. Because my dude just be hanging back. You really just be hanging back. But on the bright side, unlike my Bama character, I have no doubts that, you know, it was going to be a smooth time into lab to get my perma of innocence. Well, I guess not perma innocence because it still requires a shit ton of souls, right? It's like it requires 40 souls. The league started me wants to pick that so bad. You know something that's gonna be very interesting with the Herald Ascendancy? If you go Purity of Agony, you can actually have basically capped, well not capped, almost capped Chaos Res by Act 8.
Help me to lead this world back into the light.
Let's see what this feels like. Pretty chill.
I must have time to gather my will.
Oh, you can't drop Kitashi's anger. Interesting. Get me away from this thing. I wonder if they prioritize the thing, the enemy you just hit, if there's anything like that. Also, I kind of want to try what shield charge would look like right now. Act 2 will drop 1, 2, 3, 4. Or 1, 2, 3, 4. So the Act 3 can drop 1, 2 for 1, 2. Okay, that works. So by Act 3, I should have the spiritual aid. Bruh. My connection looks like it's fine. So what gives? This is a build I can honestly see myself using automation convocation for. Because oh no, never mind, it's not this one.
I must have time to gather my will.
How is the flow on this first floor always on the last corner I check? Like that has to be some record. Like it's impressive. From the second floor though, it's very straightforward where the door actually is. In this general direction, opposite corner of the square map. In case anyone is wondering, opposite corner of the square map, so it's up. Boss time. All right. This is one of those areas where I'm just going to let Innocence do his thing. I think I'm only going to try to summon one of them. Wait.
Back where you belong, Nightmare. The faithful need not fear your kind.
Each enemy hit is inflicted with exposure matching the element of which they took the highest damage. Yeah. And with that, we're in Act 3. And I think this is a decent spot to end the run. For the road though, I will leave with one more Innocence use. So I need to make sure I have Innocence by the time we get to the Gemlins. I want to have Innocence by then. Yeah, we have Innocence.
I must have time to gather my will.
All right. I think that's a decent spot. I got a feel for what the build would feel like, and I got some valuable adjustments into here, so I'll take it. Okay, what? Okay, that just shows that it's going in this general direction. But wait, why do this when you can do this? Then this would fill up there, that would fill up there, better, even. All right, and then what's the last thing I wanted to do with this guide? I wanted to create a regex. Here we.re And then I wanted it to be vendor. What are the common links you're looking for? You're looking for movement speed. You're looking for +1 lightning ones. +1 any. +1 lightning, +1 fizz, and then you're looking for where is Axe 1 in here? Blue, blue, red. Looking for blue, blue, red, and is there any reason to have triple blue? I guess blue, blue, blue. I think across all acts, we mostly want blue, blue, red. We don't need much in the way of green, but we need a lot of blues. 1 red, 2 blues. Even Act 4 in the race zombie, then it becomes, I guess that then becomes triple blue. So this would be the rejects for that.
So insane to just like, I don't know.
Sure.
Fear being is so weird.
Lol. Quests, vendor and gem. Vendor quest reward planner. Campaign quests reward / vendor planner. Hey, do you think Herald of Purity might be playable? Will it be playable? Yes. Will it be insanely cracked? I don't know. I'm currently not impressed with Herald of Purity, but I haven't POB'd it. On the new Ascendancy, it's going to be better than Herald of Purity currently is outside of the Herald Ascendancy. But yeah, the Herald Ascendancy gives 2 extra, so you get 6, which is obviously much stronger than what we currently have. But I don't know if that is enough to make it like insane. That said, with the way you would scale Herald of Purity, it's very doable that it is, to be honest. Right? Especially with the modifiers on the insane more damage multipliers on the gem, so maybe. Probably takes on 5% chaos versus Herald of Agony and Purity. I would say early on during campaign, yes, you take the chaos res from Herald of Agony. I think it's a no-brainer. It's going, and then you just run Herald of Agony as well. It's going to barely reserve mana with the reservation node. But later on, you definitely want to switch. You want to cap your chaos res elsewhere, and then switch to Herald of Purity's second ascendancy. Is its future guilt? I think is the name. Or you want to run, you get 65 agony stacks and 6 boys. Does that mean you want to run Herald of Purity and Herald of Agony? I don't know how viable that is. So this is the problem with Herald of Purity and Herald of Agony being in the same setup. The biggest problem there is that they scale very differently. What do I mean? Herald of Agony doesn't care about any stats, give or take. It doesn't care. It doesn't care about increased minion damage. It does, but like it doesn't. It doesn't really care about flat damage you can get from like ghastly idiots and all of that. Doesn't care. Doesn't really care about attack speed, attack cast speed. Doesn't really care. Why doesn't it care? Give me a second. Campaign rejects. All right. Why doesn't it care? Because Herald of Agony scales per virulence all these stats. And by the time you have, in my case, 115 virulence stacks, giving Herald of Agony 20 to 30 physical damage from your Ghastly Eye Jewel really isn't doing much. Giving it 6% attack speed is not doing much. It's getting 690% increase attack speed. It's getting 23,000, 44,000 flats. It's getting... What else is it getting again? Increased. It's getting where are you at? 8,380 increased damage. So like increased minion would still add to the damage, don't get me wrong, but like this is already way less than this. You still take this because how else would you scale your damage, bro? It's less significant on Herald of Agony as it would be on Herald of Purity. As a result, Herald of Agony runs something like a tree like this, where you're trying to get as many Pure Agony stacks as you can have. Pure Agony just for virulence. You want all that max virulence stacks. If you're running if you're investing this much into virulence, then you're taking away things that would actively scale your Herald of Purity. So then basically you're pumping up your Agony, but your Purity is being left behind in terms of scaling. Whereas if a Purity setup might want a 12 link cluster with minion attack speed, damage, increased effect, all of that, you know, this traditional way you would scale minion builds, it would want like a Darkness Enthroned that has like flat minion damage, whereas Agony doesn't care about it. So I think they scale a bit too differently in that regard. You can do Herald of Purity and Dawn Blow pretty chill, I think. They scale very similarly. You can do that. You can find another minion that scales closer to Herald of Purity, but I don't think Agony scales well with Purity. I hope that makes sense. Where was I? Leveling. There. 100%. All right. That's good. That said, Herald of Agony is the only one I have POB'd, and like on a high budget setup, like you're looking at really high damage coming from your Herald of Agony. So, you know, we have this going on, which is nice. Herald of Purity, you can probably get to some really nice numbers. If you really wanted to scale Herald of Purity to the moon, I don't know how you'd manage the costs, if you can, or if you might just have to drop other reservations. But I'm thinking Herald of Purity might actually really like a 12 link weapon. But like that would be a lot of reservation multiplication, to where even with 200% increased reservation, you might still have to like really scale Herald like reservations. Herald can't have the auras. You can't have auras, but you can have reservations. For example, I am currently using Arctic Armor. As you would see, it doesn't have the aura tag. I'm also using Tempest Shield. Doesn't have the aura tag. They both reserve mana. If I remember correctly, Petrified Blood also reserves. Doesn't have the aura tag. Aspects. I'm using Aspect of the Crab. Again, doesn't have the aura tag. It's a reservation, all the same. So though you can use, and of course you cannot pair two aspects together. You can only use one. Each aspect has to be solo. If you use Aspect of the Crab, you can't use of the Spider, and you can't use of the Cats or of the Avian. You only pick one and you roll with it. But you can still use those things alongside no aura from the Herald, basically. Good to know. Yeah, it's very good. you know, one thing I would have really loved, Blood and Sand doesn't have an aura tag, so you can use Blood and Sand and this reserves, but you can't use Flesh and Stone because it has the aura tag. If this didn't have the aura tag, it would have been so good. Like I would have loved to use this with that setup, but it does. It does have this. It just has the tag. The cursed tag. But yeah, that is the one requirement. If it has the aura tag, you can't use it. Are you trying to build an architect with absolution? Yup. That is my plan for league starts. Then once I am done with this setup, like this is basically the leveling guide I'm currently working on. I wanted to go step by step, making well, asides this, items don't matter, but I wanted to make a step-by-step guide because I'm going to make a video on it. So people, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. And welcome. I'm trying to make a step-by-step guide filled with like gems and whatnot for how I would progress, just to make it easier for people to follow along if they're interested. And that's kind of what I would have been basically working on all stream. I just finished leveling this to Act 3, so I made some adjustments and I think it feels good. I don't remember anything else that I might want or not want. Zombie Father, I POB'd something for it as well. This one is phase scaling. This is very high budget. I would not, but I was disappointed yesterday with a revelation by Gazi, which is that he confirmed with GGG that this node, where is it? Yeah, Rotten Mites. This half of your strength is added to minions, doesn't stack with the Baron. So only one of them would apply, so your minions would get half of your strength, not your total strength, which is just, I mean, it is what it is. It's still like decent DPS, it's good. But like, let's just say, but like, it's the same as Baron? Yes, but if you read it, it should work. It's like half of your strength is added to your minions. This says added, not your minions have half of your strength. Now with PoE and Wardens, if it says they have half of your strength, then you know they would not stack. But it says it's added. So so it basically is, okay, this says it's adding half, Jedi is adding half. Same passive, which is why it doesn't work. I get why it doesn't work, and I was just disappointed by the fact that it doesn't work, basically. Because coding issues, yeah, but they could make it work. I mean, I do see problems with making it work, which would be if you add strength to your minions and then you deal with all these zone changes. It could be that you end up in a situation where you keep adding strength until you have infinite damage, or conversely, you remove too much strength due to whatever checks you placed, and now you have the minions have negative strength and the game just crashes or something. Like, those are potential like limitations about why it might work the way it does. But like, as a gamer, I would have just loved for it to stack. It's really that simple. I would have just loved for it to stack. Despite all the rationality that I just gave it, I would have loved it for it to stack. You probably take this node to just get the 25% more strength. Yeah, you do. Because like, what else are you going to take? Are you going to lose out on 25% increased strength? That's a lot of strength. For context, on the tree, how much increased strength can you get? You can get 8%, and you can get another, maybe, what was this? 5%. So you can only get like 13% on the tree, at least. On gear, you can get more, because like you can get something like this that has 23% increased strength and then over 60 something flat strength. You can get something like this. But like that one ascendancy still gives more increased strength than this amulet, and this amulet is like really strong. It's like almost best in slot. It's still kind of cheap though. Like this is a cheapish amulet to craft, like 10 divines or something. If you get lucky, and you know, awakener orbs are not too expensive. Very easy to craft, but like you can get something like that, and that would be, and that ascendancy still gives more increased strength than that. Yeah. And boots also has increased strength 12%. Boots can get it on hunter items, so also you can get 12% more, which is 72% increased strength. Like I can actually just show you this, my strength stats right here. 1578. These are all the sources of my increase. This is the ascendancy, this is amulets, 12% from the greaves, 10%, 8% and 6% from Emperor's Might. That's something you also don't want to forget. There's 6% here. So yeah, that's about like 78% increased strength. Yeah. You can get a lot of increased strength, and then you just try to stack as much flat strength as possible. I'm currently going flat strength per mastery because I think that gives me more strength, because this is 1578. Bruh, where did this come from? 1552. So for me, in my current POBE, the flat strength contributes more strength than the increased strength. And of course, this is something you can always play around with to see which contributes more. It just means flat strength right now is a lot stronger because of how much increased strength I have. Eventually, if I diluted if I get a lot more flat strength, then increased strength would start outweighing it again. And did you take speed node? Do you mean this one? Or what speed node? You also want to remember that this is a gem to use for this build as well. Split personality. It has strength. It has 25% increase effect per allocated passive between it and your starting location, which is why I put a 12 passive cluster and I put a 6 passive here. And then I put it all the way down there when it's a Templar starts. So this one alone gives me almost 100 strength. But some people were complaining the auto offerings will eat. Oh, that one, the movement speed one. Yeah, I didn't take it. I didn't take it. It's currently commented. I went for... Yeah, I didn't want to deal with that. The offerings would eat it. Enemies can DD or zombies. There's just a whole lot of BS that I didn't want to deal with. I'll be very honest. So I just didn't take it. So instead, I went Feeding Frenzy for the base crit and aggressive, which is just really comfy. I went Marination for the gain as extra ES. I went Graveyard Shift. No, this should be. I went Rotten Might for increased strength, and I went Reserve 20% life for the basically reverse call. So, and by the way, if you're wondering how you would implement this on POB to actually do the calculation, this is how. I don't know if the gem does the calculation for you though. But basically kill enemies that have 30% on lower life, because I have regular calling strike. So they die at 10%, and then there's a 20% they're reserving. So for me, it's 30%. If you did not have calling strike, then you know this will be 20%. Take 4+4 instead of call. You can't take +4 without taking the eating node. So you basically have to take, like, let me show you. You would have to take that node we just spoke about, this guy, to get here. So you need to go through this, and I personally don't want to deal with this. if you can deal with it, then you know, power to you. You can get this. It's more damage to get the +4. It is like on my POB. To +4 would be remove the reservation and then add +4. It's 40.6 mil DPS, but like then you have to deal with that BS, which is just not foreign. So I'll lose the, like, for me it's like 3-ish mil DPS, 3.4. I lose that, and I still be chilling. Like, it's less DPS for sure, but like, what can you do? It's not so much. I'm just like, I just can't ignore it. I just can't ignore it. Like, the other option is fine as well. But yeah, that is the POB I made for strength stacking zombies. All right. So I think we're pretty much done with this leveling planner. I can't think of anything else I wanted to do here. It has the campaign. Is Curse bad instead of Colin? It's not bad. It's just against a single enemy that was not hexproof. Actually, no. It says apply an additional curse, not hexproof. It's not bad. If you're going phase, you'd go vulnerability, and then you would go, like, I can just show you what I mean. This is what the DPS would look like as an example. You'd lose this, so then you're down to 28, but then you can apply an additional curse. Keep in mind you would have to curse twice. So you'd have to socket a punishment, because punishments would be what I would go for if I was taking this node. Now this is at its current, this is 58% increased damage while on low life. I don't have any curse effect that I'm aware of, so 58%. Now I have Calling Strike. I don't know if you have Calling Strike. But if you have Calling Strike, the way it works, the way you'd calculate is out of the 100% of the monster's life, punishment is active for half of this, so 50. But out of the bottom 50 that punishment is active for, you're calling for 10. So that means it's only active for 40% of its total life. So therefore, you would take this number, the 58% increased damage, and you multiply by 0.4. And that would give you the average amount of damage punishment would add to your build. So in this case, it's 58 times 0.4, which is 23.2% increased damage. So then you can just go here and take nearby enemies, take 23 or just go 23% increased damage. And you see it's 33%, 33.6 mil DPS for the curse. Whereas, disable this. Whereas with the call, you have like 3 mil DPS more. So if you were to scale curse effects, you could potentially outscale the reverse call, but then you're spending some points into getting that effects, and not to mention you're also casting 2 curses and stuff like that. Makes average sense. Thank you. But yeah, I would say it can be worth it. It's more noticeable when you're converting. On Fizz, probably isn't worth it. But if you were converting to Elemental, that would be worth it, because what would happen is you'd convert to, let's say, Code, because Code is probably the best element to convert to. Second best would be Chaos, but like Code is the best. So you'd have your Frostbites, you'd get this additional curse, and then you'd use Elemental. What's it? I forget the Elemental curse name. I don't know why I've forgotten it, but like Elemental weakness. There. You would take elemental weakness, which would then reduce their res even more. And that should be more impactful on average than punishment would be. Especially when you also take into account that you would have exposure, also reducing their res. Like their res would be in the negatives, so you'd be doing a lot more damage with that curse. I don't know if it's enough to offset the reverse call, because this is just, you just don't have 20% life. I don't know if it'd be enough to offset that, but would be worth checking out, I would say, or would be worth POBing the difference. But on Fizz, it's not worth it. Good ideas. Thank you. Thank you. I was going to work on a code version, but then I think I just lost motivation to work on this because A, your suffixes are taken because you're looking for as much strength as you can have. And because your suffixes are taken, you don't have as much room or breathing room to get the dexterity that you would need for like hatred or a haste, all these things, because you need 155. Well, I guess no 155 here, but like you need 155 for like some green gems. Haste is an example. And you might need to go Triad's Grip. And Triad's Grip with 3 green sockets, just, it feels like a waste to me, just because I don't want to have to deal with that. Like, alternatively, and like you see here, you could also Grip of the Council. With Grip of the Council, it's going to help you cap your res, because there's 30% life, there's 40% cold res, like up to 40% cold res. And it also comes with strength. So those are 2 stats that this has over the Triad's Grip. So something to consider. Whereas the Triad's Grip just doesn't help you in terms of suffix pressure in any way, shape, or form. But this would of course be less damage, because this is 20% Fizz as extra cold, which means you still have Fizz damage going through, i.e. like you're still doing 100% Fizz damage. You now just have 20% of that being added as cold, and then you also have hatred giving you another percent. In my case, in this POB, we have 73% to cold, which is kind of like converting 73%, but they're still taking the full Fizz portion. So then you're left with this dilemma: do you scale the cold or do you scale the Fizz? Because these are both doing good damage, but odds are you scale the cold, because it's easier to scale. So all things to consider, you know, play around with it. Either way, well, not either way. If you go Fizz as extra, then Fizz is going to be your best in slot for flat damage from Ghastly Eye Jewels, because then you'd gain extra as cold instead of just getting flat cold that it's just cold, right? What do you think you're leaning towards for league starts? The Puppeteer, Zombie Father? I'm really looking forward to playing Val Absolution. Like, I really am. But one thing I noticed today, Absolution doesn't feel nearly as good if you don't have Convocation. Zombies sound interesting. They scale pretty well. It's just, I also have not POB'd what a medium budget version would look like, because like this is using a 12 link weapon, which is basically recombinated. You'd recombinate this, it should cost you less than 200 divines, but like this is a very high budget version, basically. You have the YouTube video to look after. Are you talking about the one I will make, or is there actually a different YouTube video for it? Like, has someone made a... Oh, the Zombie Father came out of retirement? I don't think I've seen his videos in a bit. Let me see. Sir Mustache the Glorious.
Have a good night.
Good night. Even his old videos, Father goes intimate, unarmed melee versus all content. Made my first mirror service. Uber zombies. Like, he played melee? Interesting. But yeah, his old video should be good for progression. Because this is exactly what he had, but better. Like, your ascendancy is literally trying to increase, is trying to funnel you to using zombies. But yeah, good channel. Hopefully he actually posts something for the, what do you call it, for this event. I enjoyed watching his videos. I never actually went Zombie Mancer. I always felt like I wanted to play with other minions instead, and I've gone like a lot of specters. I've gone last season I went Chains of Command. I've gone AG of Smiting, even though its AI sucks. Like, I wouldn't recommend AG of Smiting for anything. Even if you get good damage, I just don't recommend it. Its AI sucks ass. Then I played a lot of different builds. So like zombies, unless strength stacking don't really appeal to me, but strength stacking kind of does, because it's a very different approach to minions. So it is one of those builds where I might, because I have POB'd it, I might look forward. I might try it, because again, I know how to recombinate the weapon. I might make a video guide on it to kind of to see. I might try to make a video guide on how to recombinate the sword or the dagger, because it is complicated. I just haven't figured out how I would go about making it digestible. I think somebody already has a video on it, Crouching Tuna or something. Basically, it uses the same links as the LS dagger, so it's, or similar links, I should say, not the same, but like similar. There's one change, which is there's one change anyways. But at this point, I am digressing and ranting. So I'll be back tomorrow afternoon, so earlier than I started stream today. And what we're gonna do is we're going to probably POB some more. We've planned out the start of this build. I'm at work next 2 days. Really? Are you going to play on League Starts? Because for me, I plan on streaming League Starts for the entirety of the day, pretty much. So because League Start is on Thursday, which is kind of weird for League Starts, or for event starts, I should say, but maybe not. Maybe not actually. I think events actually start on Thursday and League starts on Friday. Anyways, I got League Start 3. No, that sucks. Watch from work. All right. You can live vicariously through me and my Valab solution. I'm looking forward to seeing how it ends up playing out, because like I only have a mental image of how it would play out. Pump club admin. Watch Twitch all day, basically. Oh, yeah. I think it's gonna be fun. And when you're done with work and you get to League Start, even if it's a few days later, so it's basically going to be, it's gonna be a lot of fun still. Anyways, I'm getting tired and I need to eat, so I shall be going now. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate y'all. I'll be back tomorrow. Till then, good night.